Does the picture look crunched down? I need to see. Yeah, it might be. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me see if I could do something here. It's a carryover from my last stream. Getting anything now? Or... like, do I at least get any audio output here? Wow, this is just... Alright, I'm gonna like exit and reload OBS and see if I can get this back up and running quickly. You know, sometimes does tend to break like that when I change some settings until I reload. Oh. Yeah, this looks like it's... I mean, I guess it looks proportionate now, but the problem is that, you know, everything's like letterboxed or something. That's a real great start. You know, that's the thing I mentioned earlier, you know, Baratus always seems to be much better prepared for these kinds of streams than I am. I had another stream just like an hour ago, and I had it streaming at a vertical resolution, and so, I mean, as a result, I mean, it's just kind of, oh no, kind of stuck here at this resolution. I don't think it really looks... Or wait, no, I just have theater mode enabled. Okay, so is it... Let me actually look here. It's 1280 by 720. Okay. Okay, so it is fine. I just I just so happened to have my browser's view set differently, and so yeah, I was looking at things wrong, but we should be just about ready to go. So anyway, welcome to the some kind of Windows 95 30th anniversary stream. I've already got a couple of computers set up here, and I just got one hooked up. I was going to use KVM for this, but I ultimately decided against it because what I found is that it can screw up some of the video output modes that, you know, some of these computers might end up displaying. So so when we go over to the other computer, I'm running this on a Pentium 133 right now. But when we go over, I'll have to manually change the connections over. So, this here is just the retail vanilla version of Windows 95 on this computer. I do have another installation with some little interesting aspects of its own, but right now I kind of just want to show what a more pure and authentic setup would have looked like back in the day. So, I had even been writing up like a script, basically elaborating on my reflections and my experience with Windows 95, but it's really, really long, and, you know, I really didn't prepare anything else here, and so it's like, what would be the point of going through all that? I'm pretty sure I've told the story before. So, really the gist of it is, you know, if you've been watching my videos, you probably know that I may have a particular obsession with Windows 95. To date, it remains one of Microsoft's greatest operating systems they've ever released. And, you know, although there have been times when they've come close with subsequent releases, nothing has quite managed to break as much ground as this one. End of statement. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, I got my typical Explorer interface. You'll see that I can change the view on it. Very fancy. And I wonder if this is just an excuse for me to basically cover for the fact that I really did not implement any sort of routine, but at least I do have this prepared with a good chunk of software like Photoshop, Doom, Pinball, and Microsoft Office and Internet Explorer, I guess. So why don't we go in here and there's that profile icon that I guess everyone's using now. There's like several different assistants that you could choose from here. I thought I had integrated something else in here, but maybe not. Let me actually see if I can find that. I think there is like an official installer package for another assistant in particular. I'm sure I had it here, but I don't know. I guess while I'm at it, I could do something else as filler. Then install another word processor that... Shut up. I could load this one, and it's particularly interesting. It's more so made for kids to goof around in. I remember using that like a lot back in the day. I wonder, is this still... Yeah, I think I found it. I really need to try 3D Movie Maker at some point. I mean, it's so... I've seen probably so many gonzo movies with it, and I feel like I could make one of my own, but I guess I just don't have any ideas on what to do there, so... I wonder if anything's changed here now. Hey! Now this is a lot more proper. Hi! Okay, so what would we do here? There's a little bit of overhead going on. Oh. I wonder if this has word art. I know there's like a big cliche in a lot of printouts. Probably still is. But I guess well, you know what? Should ask him. Add or edit a special text effect. Okay. Using the word art button on the drawing toolbar. Where is the drawing toolbar? It might be really crunched down. I have this intentionally shrunk to 640 by 480. So we do not have it loaded. Okay, well. So I click here. Hell yeah! Look at what we got here. Oh no. Yeah, because I've got... it's set to 256 colors, so everything just gets bulk and now. Okay, I think I can figure it out from here. Oh, so it just makes a separate text object. I had been highlighting, I think I could do that, but well, that certainly seems like some pretty good graphic design, I would say. Maybe we should actually... Oh, that just kind of... Hey! Well, you gotta do things the traditional way. I mean, most people probably would have been using this out of 4D6. Possibly. Maybe not all of them. I mean, in the United States, the Pentium was getting pretty popular, but I mean, you know, there's always that install base of, you know, people still stuck on ISA video cards. I mean, my grandpa was still using a Oak Technology VGA card all the way up until 2000 when he got the whole thing superseded by a Pentium 3 computer from Dell. Should bring this window close over here. I propped up one of my monitors to take the place of the second monitor that would normally be connected to my main computer. So let's see what else we can do here. Can we, like... Oh, that just adds a stroke to it. What about... I guess it's stroke size. You can barely make out anything anymore. I think it's in perfect shape. Let's see, I got auto shapes. You want to try to emphasize it like a YouTube thumbnail? I'd say that's not the usual kind of arrow you see in a thumbnail, but it probably works. So these are like flow chart things. Or you can also make many of your own arrows. What's 6.2 here? Okay. Masterpiece. Okay, now what? I've installed this as an upgrade to Windows for Workgroups 3.11, so it does have some other 16-bit leftovers here. Oh, the red circle, of course. And what am I ever going to do? No one's going to watch the video now. Go online. Can I? I have this behind a VLAN, so I mean, there's some things that just may not work. The product team Easter egg. I mean, yeah, there's that. I suppose I could have it running while I try to figure out what to do here if I can. Yeah, I really don't stream very much because I mean my internet's really not good. I can't really feasibly do a 1080p stream. I mean, even for all that I do have. But I don't even know if we've gone through the whole thing yet. I've got something else that I could show. It does. I've never known it could do that. I know that it was stored in like some executable file, but huh. Yeah, I know it loops. I can make it lag by holding the close button. Okay, yeah. Oh. Oh, now it prompted me with the wizard? Okay, yeah, I think it might be having some trouble with connecting back there. But yeah, it does stay in there. But I do have a little something just sitting on my internal testing web server. It can at least connect to that. Huh. Wonder what happened here. I didn't leave it like this, did I? America Bob keeping the whales at bay. Hey, check out this funny. Alright, so, after having analyzed all of your personal data, including your government-issued identification you've submitted to us, we can now deliver you the perfect ad roll midstream.
How are you?
Are you serious? It just... I was so sure that it would load here, but I guess not. Well... okay, you've been saved from Admiral, I guess. But yeah, it's still lingering on in here. I'll have to see if I could get those guides moved over to Drevendor once that's ready. Sardine engine's making some progress. I mean, it's definitely a... You know, like, I've basically been... I wouldn't say I would disclose too much right now, but, basically, I'm trying to develop a administrative control panel which is capable of managing multiple websites. And so far, it is now capable of submitting posts in text, but I've still got to get around to working out how to handle file uploads. And of course, you know, it really doesn't have any actual security implementations as of now. You know, it's definitely absolutely going to need to have like permission checking and management all sorts of different things. But right now, I'm using a copy of the Blue OS Museum website as sort of a development ground for proving the functionality of Sardine Engine. I have a copy sitting on my web server here. So, for the first time, you'll be able to actually see a live video of it. There's supposed to be images here. We are intending to create some, but right now I've been more focused on just trying to get the core functionality all laid out there. And it's definitely proving to be a very long and arduous task. You know, there's a whole bunch of things that I've had to go back and change because, you know, I feel, you know, they're not quite right. Just a while ago, I had to go and deal with, like, some things involving I think it's like what was it? The way images are displayed. Traditionally, we would be using just a dedicated directory that's populated with JPEGs and GIFs and whatnot. But I've been writing a mechanism that kind of does things a little bit differently. Say, for example, this button here. I guess I'll just load the source here. It's probably going to be messy. Yeah, it looks like shit here because I haven't really bothered with line breaks, but as we see here, I have a different way of doing things. Basically, this Sardine engine is designed around the use of clean URLs. We'll really only be working with like 2 levels here. This is a top level, which would be OS. I'm really going to have to make something to better explain the entire layout of this content manager, but there's a reserved group, a reserved top level URL here called Sardine. And what that does here is it's a special URL group for loading different types of media. And in this case, we'd be calling for a resource called Win1, which would be this image here. And I also assign it a get variable, which is just called category, which means, okay, this is a special kind of graphic. It's just it's a category button or banner. So we want to use that from our resources. And all the image files and other media and resources now sit outside of the web root. So it's up to PHP to load them from there. I've basically done it like that. It seems to be a fairly typical practice of um, getting, files well and secured and only loaded on command if the programming allows it anyway. So that's pretty much one bit of how that's working. And if we go in here, say something like Memphis, I've replicated that table that's on the actual website right now, only this time, all of this stuff here is actually being stored inside a MariaDB database now. All the content here. So now if I try loading a review, I might get some error messages here actually, but because I am still in the midst of trying to get something reworked. But here's a review that Blue Horizon has written. I don't know why there's a stray quote mark here. I mean, these reviews were originally converted from Discord chat logs, and I wrote a quick and dirty program to get that done. It happened to leave a bit of a mess in some places, but say if we go in here, this is a link to an image. Normally, I think in the current live website itself, it would just take you straight to an image, and it would also have a PNG link here, but now we don't have that in here because with better programming, yeah, this sounds like an interesting feature we could look into, but that'd be more like, beta release specific information would have to be designed as like external data or something. I mean, there's like the standard components of Sardine engine, such as like image management and whatnot, like right here. Of course, these titles are all auto-generated, but I probably would not be having an image gallery that looks like this with like over 3,000 different images all scrambled together here. But I guess then another thing I've been designing is a profile list, but I'd say by now I think I've showed plenty enough here. So it's definitely, yeah, that was my Packard Bell computer there, but in any case, I really can't say for certain when this will all be done, as it is a very, very complex project. Definitely one of the more intense ones that I've taken up here. It all started with just the need to like, maybe these other websites should try to have, these neighboring websites like this here should have some more functionality like Razorback did. But I mean, we didn't really manage to we, yeah, we kind of did what we wanted, but as I had let go of Razorback, I kind of realized, just how it was kind of messy the way it was programmed, and so there's a whole bunch of different things that I've been trying to do to really knock down those deficiencies. I've actually got database normalization as a regular practice with Sardine Engine. But I'll do it for that. I think I have the... Do I have the... Something happened to the connection of the Windows 95 CD. I've actually got two separate Windows... I've got two separate CD-ROM drives in here, but I think something like the top one somehow got disconnected, but I've still got one obviously that's connected, so I mean all I'd really need to do here is get some kind of a pin, just get the CD out of one of them and then put it in the other. So I'm just going to go fetch a pin and then I'll see what I can do. Yeah, this might be a bit of a disaster. I've got the Windows 95 CD-ROM drive in the top drive, but that's not being seen here. You just got the one that's like on a SCSI bus, I guess. So and I tried finding a pen, but the one that I did find just doesn't seem to be long enough to go in there and eject it. Because that drive was working before when I was preparing it. So I'm hoping that I don't need to like turn this off and go and try to fix that. I might know of something else I could try. I've just about got it. I stuck a needle into there, but now that's like something I'll have to see if I can pull out, because it's just way in there. There. Wow, that took way more work than it should have. So now I'm gonna just put it into the bottom one. Surely that has to do the trick. Well, you've got it. See, this is why I don't do live streams. You know, one, subpar internet, and two, you know, just can never be certain what's gonna go wrong, you know, especially when you're dealing with the old computers like this. How things could just get nudged around like this. So here is the Windows 95 CD-ROM. The tour was like already loaded onto the hard drive, but I suppose we can go over that now. Yeah, I wonder, did they decide to use that dance clip again? Like on any of their social media outlets, because I know that they've really got quite a hell of a track record there. Yes, don't even touch the right mouse button. Just go click the file and then click on the menu bar. What? I was clicking on it. It really can nudge you around. You can also press enter. Yeah, it doesn't take right clicks. Well, I mean, I've seen their Twitter page do like some really cringy crapassery. Like, I remember this one time they did a poll, I guess, or some reply thing where they say, what would you want to Alt F4 your relationship with? And someone replied, I just wish I could Alt F4 my relationship with Windows. And they just sent a gif of Pikachu crying, saying, but why? And I don't know, man, it's just probably one of the dumbest things that I've ever seen come out of any corporation, really, as far as like marketing goes. So it's getting me thinking of that one briefing where from Elliot Macy, I think he was doing like these desktop aerobics, what's it called? You know, up, down, minimize, maximize, and It was like a minimize, maximize, restore, workout kind of thing. It was pretty cheesy, but and then there was also, I guess the other thing I'm thinking about all of a sudden with that Twitter account is just there's like some random gimmick account that was replaying a whole bunch of corporate accounts, and I think only Microsoft responded back to them. It just kind of felt like, you know, someone over there is like really lonely or something. But losing track of this tour here. Click the button. I also find it kind of strange how the close button here looks slightly different. It's as if it was like rotated 90 degrees. Did it look that way in any of the Chicago builds? I don't know. Well, there we are. That's the tour. So I guess we could go in the exposition again. I don't remember this dialogue, do I? I mean, I've done this before in hardcore Windows 95, but last time I did it, I was using like VGA to composite, so it looked like ass. So figure we could do this again. You know, I've got a AVIO HD I can use. Yeah, that's the other thing about their inaccuracy with Windows history. I think there was like, I think there was this one bit where they were pretending it was 1985, and they were like, wow, Windows 1.0, the hot new product, which, you know, nobody used. But I think there was like some poll there where they were asking, you know, what system specifications did this this operating system require, and I think they got one of their own facts wrong there. But I guess I'll do natural keyboard this time. Yes. Such a wonderful layout, is it not? It's just totally very, very comfortable to type on. I had a Microsoft Internet Keyboard Pro with my Athlon computer in the past. I think that's long gone, but I have considered getting another just for the sake of it. I know it's the Pro model because it's got like more of those special function buttons. But I think this doesn't have any of those. It's just, you know, an ergonomic keyboard, I guess. As seen in the Windows 95 setup wallpaper, I believe. Let me actually see if I could pull it up. I should do that. Yeah, right there. Obviously at a different angle, but you know, It's there. They must have been really proud of it.
Welcome to the new standard for more comfortable, simpler Windows computing. Over the past 25 years, computer technology has made revolutionary advancements. Computers have become more and more powerful, while at the same time becoming smaller and smaller. Software, too, has become easier to use, and the way we interact with the computer has become simpler, with one exception: the keyboard. In all of this time, the basic design of the computer keyboard hasn't changed. Yet a design which evolved from a need to operate mechanical levers is far from practical in this computer age. Nor may it be as comfortable as it could be. For one thing, it wasn't adequately designed for the body's own mechanics. That's why Microsoft launched an intensive study into improving the basic design of the keyboard. We spent thousands of man-hours in research, testing, and design. The result was the Microsoft Natural Keyboard, a keyboard unlike any other on the market. When we set out to design the Microsoft Natural Keyboard, we wanted a keyboard that would let you relax into a more natural posture. So we split the keyboard and rotated it to the natural angle of your wrists and forearms. And we included a built-in contoured palm rest to provide a place to rest your hands when you're not typing. We also realized that you don't normally lay your hands flat. So we gently sloped the keyboard up towards the middle to let your hands rotate more naturally to their sides.
Settle. I've got a later variant of the Natural Keyboard, but I found it very, very awkward to type on. It might be the degraded quality of the keys, but... Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just terminate this process. I was wondering what was. It didn't look like it had quite finished its points there, but oh, so it's a known issue, huh? Thought it was just me, but I mean, that hard drive's clicking away now. We're really trying to. Oh no, it's actually... Oh boy, guess what happened here? Yeah, it's doing the funny now. Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty much just gonna have to hit it twice. I guess it's taking care of itself now. I see an output here, but did it? Is it not showing up on OBS anymore? Because I see a post screen on my end. Let me see if I can do something here. Click, click. Trying to see if I could turn on and off the device. Because what happens if I say do something with the capture device, or even if just anything else happens. See, disable or how do I disable a device? I mean, one workaround would just be to like temporarily stop the stream and then start it again. You know, you could kind of do it intermittently and, you know, reload OBS that way. But I mean, if something happens there, it's like it just gets stuck, and like I have to not only reload the program, but before that I have to unplug the device and plug it back in, because it's like it just gave up or something. So it's kind of unsteady on that front. But let me see if there's I don't see any such button which says disable video on here when I double click on the media source. I wonder if good. Well, if I do that, then I have to like reload the settings again if I delete it, and then so I guess, you know, that would just end up causing it to freeze again. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'll just close OBS just for a few seconds, and then hopefully it'll be back up and running on the same stream very shortly. And I still don't see anything. Is it the... Can't possibly be the... The splitter? There's no way. I mean, it's just a simple splitting device. Okay, there we are. I guess, what, we could make this an excuse to show MS-DOS mode. Yeah, something really got screwed up there, but should be alright now. Yeah, we could probably... I don't know. Show off MS-DOS mode. I don't remember what the settings were. Okay, that's working. Not a true OPL synthesis, but getting Auth32 stuff to work in MS-DOS mode in Windows 95 is very, very finicky, so that's why I have it set here. Let me see what else I can do. Do I have my controls good? And I've got these, you know. I'm sure many people are going to say, oh, but that's not very authentic. You got to do it all with the keyboard. And no. It's just... I mean, if they give you the option, you should use it. So... I mean, I've got to get around to making a video about a Windows OEM pre-installation kit in general. I have used exactly one of them before, but... Wait, what's going on in the stream now? It's not... vertical, is it? No. No, okay, it's just that preview there. It's so... Oh, man. Okay.
Come get some. Damn, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my route.
Didn't I have the mouse turned on? I wonder... Because normally it's supposed to... I wonder if I... Okay. If I load that, I really haven't configured this to make use of the mouse, but
come get some.
So if I do that...
Damn, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
Really... Y-axis movement barely works, but... whatever. As I said, switch to... this. But I have it at 720 by 480, so that it really gets the pixels perfectly
Hail
square.
to the king, baby. Damn, I'm good.
mean, this is a DOS game, but you know, you'd still be playing these on Windows 95, even going to the 2000s. Total miss. Well, at least I'm not really under any pressure to fulfill some specific condition anymore. Not like with the Zero Ranger stream, where, you know, if I screwed up on that last bit, you know, my save file would be erased. I'd have to go through so much all over again. I did that just like an hour before this, before I started this stream. That's up there. What's going on there? Oh well. I don't really touch this one that often. Kick them in the balls and balls all day long. Proper some fireworks. Take cover. I've only finished this game exactly once on the Megaton edition, I think. Inappropriate. Okay. A little bit of lag. What else do we got? Here's something. This was made into a real game eventually. At least I think it was.
Don't have time to play with myself. Don't have time to play with myself.
Oh shit, forgot about this. First cell, yeah, I can do that.
Rockin'.
I can... I'd have to go back into Windows, but... I can do that. Looks like we're gonna have a full reboot here. So, I'm not sure what I have set up here. I mean, in a good number of cases, it just say Windows is now restarting, but I guess there's like a... There might be like a DOSstart.bat file that exists somewhere, either that or like some relics in my config.sys file that I don't really need anymore. But it's a little bit off center, but hopefully it'll realign itself soon enough. Just about. Yeah, I think it's fine. And I will go and do that. Now, the first cell is not really one of those old MS-DOS classics, for it is a game which I personally programmed myself. I did this project back in 2022, and I wrote it entirely in 8086 assembly as just sort of just to kind of get an idea of like where, you know, how far I could push up the intensity of an action game on such a antiquated CPU. There's probably some things that I could have done better here. I mean, for certain, I mean, I think that, you know, it's not readily apparent here because this is a Pentium, but like I probably could have done some things better with like the video output, could have made it significantly more efficient because, you know, as I kind of think about how I programmed it back then, I may have it set up in a way where it's like wasting so much time on the CPU's end that it really should not. But at the same time, I mean, I've become quite disinterested in it these days just because, I mean, you know, ever since I've started playing real STGs like G-Darius, Zero Ranger, and whatnot, I mean, I have a much stronger idea of what a game, like, what kind of game it should be. And this is more of just like a very simplistic twin stick, so as they would call it. But, I mean, it's probably an interesting little thing to run on an old computer for what it does. All the sounds coming from the PC speaker, so it's not being routed through the line output or anything like that. I think some sound cards can do that, but I'm not sure how successful I've been with it in the past, and I really haven't bothered trying to use the PC speaker headers on the Sound Blaster cards much. But There is a little timer that I programmed in here because, you know, this is very much supposed to be an arcade game, so if you wait too long at a certain stage, you get all these garbage enemies which pop up. I guess you could try to milk them if you want, but you could... I don't know. I mean, was there a visible bullet there? I feel like I could have programmed this better, really, just all around. But, I mean, this isn't exactly period accurate either way. So, I'm probably just gonna bail out of this. That's our little end screen. Razorback95.com will now just direct to Drevenor. Okay. Anyway. Okay, I might have to employ my little tactic again. Just keep toggling between full screen and windowed until it lines back up. I think it is now, so we should be good to go. Let's try Doom 95. This is probably, or you know what? If we're gonna be showcasing like how Windows 95 sold itself as a gaming platform, we really ought to go back into the CD-ROM and start off with Hover. Yes, it definitely was inspired a lot by Robotron 2084. So this is Hover, a game that was included on the Windows 95 CD-ROM to show its graphical capabilities. Yeah, there's this one guy who was claiming it was hidden. I'm not sure if he just genuinely didn't know it was right here on this auto run program, but I mean, it's a game. Had it alright for a while. I'd say it's more so of a, I mean, it's clearly just a tech demo to prove that Windows 95 can be a viable gaming platform compared to like Windows 3.1, which was mostly stuck to just pure GDI at a user level, which is pretty slow. There have been attempts in the past to make it a gaming platform with like WinG or something, but that didn't really take off much. Certainly like a non-violent option in regards to showing off 3D graphics. That was probably the idea. Okay, so now that flag appears. It didn't do that earlier. I mean, I still don't understand how this game works, you know, like, I mean, we clearly see one flag up here, but it's like, just, I mean, do these just appear at random or something? Oh, hey, we got two of them already, but, I mean, I don't know. I guess they do show up on the radar down there at least. This probably would have been more interesting if they added netplay on here. That's just a super surprise, which worked out in your favor. That's another car. I don't know. May not. Okay, we're on the other side. Okay. Well then, I still should probably show the third level just for completeness. This takes place in like a sewer, I guess. It particularly stands out to me just for how weird all the textures look on there. We're not here to win, we're here to just trash bin, I guess. Show off everything. It's just a random snake in the wall and more slime. You know, the 90s are all about being gross. And I don't know what this pipe's supposed to be with those plants grown on there. Is it even being routed to anything? But yeah, I really do not know how you're supposed to reliably find the flags. I mean, I guess they just, from what I hear, they spawn at fixed locations. But so, I mean, I don't remember where they all are. You can jump up here, I'm not sure if that's of any use. Snake in the hell bite itself in bed now. Cheese game, is it Rodent's Revenge? I think I may have that installed on here actually. Oh no. Lost my flags. Okay, well, I think you get the idea. It's just a thing here. Let's go into the cool video clips before we jump into that. I think I do have that. Yes, I do have the best of entertainment pack loaded here. Those are Windows 3.1 games, I think. But probably just gonna do a welcome clip, I suppose. Brains. Yeah, these should be safe. I mean, they're just pretty much commercials, I think. Are they? That's the one that I'll show. So that takes care of the Windows 95 CD-ROM thing. I guess I could load this, but I don't really have any idea how it works. 1991, created with Visual Basic. Okay, so you're pushing blocks out. Okay. Quite the thrilling gameplay here. What? Oh, okay, I guess it can attack diagonally. This would probably help. So you do have to trap them, I guess. Could be more interesting. Let's try Ski Free. This ought to be flavorful. Somewhat. You click on buttons to do style. Or not. Be careful. How many times do you have to... 3 times? Let's do a fun... You know, I kind of miss going sledding. Hey. And of course you can keep going and going and doing more stuff here, you know, just I guess for like practice. You know, surely you could just keep going on and on and on without any sorts of conspicuous interruptions, right? Oh. Oh, I already clicked there. Oh well. So, guess you won't be seeing much of that. Free cell, which is kind of redundant, because there's already a native 32-bit version over here. Cards. Want to do Tetris, I guess. With such primitive controls here, no soft drop, and a whole bunch of Z blocks. Holy shit, this is an awful loadout. And isn't there supposed to be a thing there? Yeah, YouTube being trying to be like Instagram Live or something. I don't know. Just be a one solution catch-all. Oh, nope. Okay. Tetris is over. Let's try to go into something different now. I talked about Creative Writer 2 earlier. It's basically, actually, you know, as the name implies, a sequel to Creative Writer. I'm not sure what the original one was like, but this is more so just a, I guess you could say it's the kid pics of word processors, and in fact, I don't need a printer. What? Oh, please. Okay, I'll just install a phony driver. And have you ever... Yeah, that ought to be like a very comedy thing to do. Let's install an Apple driver. I guess you say creates a file on the disk. Printer name. Of course, we've got our handy Windows 95 CD-ROM to bail us out of a small annoyance. But okay, let's go back in here, and you know, as I was gonna say, you know, it's kind of like the kid pics of word processors, and in fact, you know, Microsoft did release a competitor to kid pics of their own. It's
Hi, and welcome to Creative Writer.
wow,
Ready to
hello.
write and make cool things on the computer? Well, this is a great place to do it. Let's take a look at Creative Writer. These buttons are shortcuts to lots of great tools. This is the text toolbar. Use these tools to change your text and paragraphs. Page tools let you change the way your whole page looks. Here are the art tools. Use them to add clip art, to draw your own pictures, or to reshape words. Creative Writer has lots of fun tools and cool machines for writing and sharing your work.
You think people would still have been
If you
using
can't
this in
remember
high
what something
school?
does, just hold the mouse pointer over it, like this, and it'll tell you what it does and how to use it. You'll see these tools all the time, because you use them a lot. This is the typing tool. Use it anytime you want to start typing. If you make a mistake, no problem. Just click the Oops button. Want to change it back again? Click here. If you want to cut, copy, paste, or delete stuff, this is where you do it. And when you're ready to print it out on paper, click the Print button. Want to know more about Creative Writer? Check out the How-To Help cards. To turn off help bubbles and my voice, click here. Or to see this tour again, click here. Oh yeah, here's the folder. This is where you make something new. Save what you're working on now, or open something you've worked on before. Want to see all the new things you can make? Click New. Here are a bunch of shortcuts to get you going. Well, that's a quick look around. Now it's your turn. Have fun!
Okay. Wow, you can do the typing! And when you do typing, and cool stuff happens! Got all these.
Writing. Show tools that help make your writing look great.
Like what? 36 point typeface. Oh yes. We got fonts. Wingdings. Oh no, what happened? Okay. Got like styling here.
Letter style.
Okay, you can toggle them. And color. I should maximize this. What the hell? Okay. Well, here's Paint It. Microsoft's answer to Kid Pix, I guess. Is there anything really that different here? Compared to like normal paint? Yes, there's like various types of brushes.
Freeform selector. Select freeform around the part of the picture you want to move, copy,
Shut
or
up!
edit.
I don't care. Go away. It just keeps on talking like everywhere. Okay, let's create a masterpiece. Should really correct those pixels there. What an eyesore. Or at least color this. What the fuck is this noise? It just splats everywhere. Alright, well so far it really doesn't look that much different from a typical MS Paint drawing, so maybe we could try some more things. Like what is this supposed to be? Never mind. Well, I could, make it a narwhal, I guess. Why not? Introducing the new feature on PictoChat for Nintendo DSi. Wow, you have a color rainbow brush. Totally worth my $150. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna throw every single one we can think of on here. What else? Ah, okay, so it's like a snake, I guess. Can stamp stuff. There's this bucket of fruits. Because he totally eats those. What the? Oh man, this is just getting... I'm running out of ideas on what to do here. Does this horn like... is it used to absorb electricity from like a thunderstorm here or something? Or wow, marbles. Oh wow, yeah, this that's one of the most horrifying sounds that I've heard yet.
Select freeform around the part of the picture you want to move, copy, or edit.
Just an entire stamp for ants carrying different types of food? And I used to use this a lot just to play around with stuff, but like... Actually, I may be doing something here. What other monstrosity of dialogue can I come up with here? Yes, it is indeed possible for cetaceans and fish to communicate with each other. You just don't know it yet. I'm actually gonna try to give a little bit more clarity here. If I can, it would be a very tedious process. You know, artist really gotta refine his work down to the stroke. It's very serious stuff. You don't want to end up like one of those AI artists now, do you? Come on. Put some heart into it. Heart. Heart. Okay, I can't do it. Where is frogs? Boing. Okay. That's the sound for that. We got birds too. Awk. Isn't that just one of the sound effects from the mystery theme? I will be going over desktop themes. That'll be on the other computer. Okay. I think I'll go ahead and save this. No, it's Wanderfell. Just double check here. What? Oh man, it's insistent on you just... You will not minimize. You must finish your work. I just want to make sure that I have it saved, okay? Open it in normal paint. Oh yes. That is just beautiful. It is perfect. This cannot be disputed. And it is good. Okay. Wow. That was a hell of a trip. But yeah, let's definitely break up that line there. And here, you know, I mean, this has word art too. You want to try some of that? Oh, look at that wipe. I mean, I got an S3 Virgin here. Why would it be taking that long to draw that? Must be like a, I don't know, 256 colors shit. Ah, yes. Orange. This is definitely what that color looks like. No, I do not have any working printer that I could use with these old computers. I did have one, and I still do have a LaserJet 2200 DN, I think, but I think it's having some issues with its mechanism. Like, I think the little, one of the motors there is just making a horrible grinding noise. I wonder if that can be fixed somehow. Okay. Oh, that's a very promising sign. Maybe I should actually break it up. Ooh, shadows. Ooh, this is a spooky one. It means the letter A was the killer. Wow, no way. What an exciting TV drama. I mean, a 2 megabyte S3 Verge should be able to handle 16-bit color just fine at most typical resolutions. It's just, I guess I had it set to 256 colors for the sake of authenticity. But we'll be going to something better in due time, I'm sure. Wanna slide and rotate. What kind of interface is that? Like, I don't even know what angle each button does. But oh well. There we have it. Can I enlarge it? Ooh, it's very computationally complex. Very clear and easy to read.
Picture.
Clip art, I guess. Obligatory. We're going to document every single depiction of fish in Windows 95 software. That's my new project. Okay. Haha, it's a funny fish lore. I want to upscale it, okay? Yeah, it is just a bitmap. So it looks very chunky here. But there you have it. Very, very well detailed report on what's a good location, I guess. Some rando neighbor's secret fishing pond. I'll definitely get an A+ with this shit, man. But I think if I really want to very efficiently fill out my page count, some cool things that I could do would be random sentence generation. Woo! Nevertheless, the cashier fell. You can... Who smiled at the computer programmer? Only appropriate answer. You can... What? With great enthusiasm, the evil-eyed, proud judge disappeared. I used to mess around with this, sentence generator so much. I mean, it's definitely way better than those language models because they don't, they don't require like 50,000 turbine generators in order to operate. They don't need like thousands of square acres of data centers. You know, it just runs on this 133 megahertz Pentium computer. I mean, you know, ChatGPT is just getting totally humiliated here. You can also add your own here. Yes. Okay. I thought it was locking up again. I guess the click just didn't register. So, that's Creative Writer 2, I guess. Well, maybe I should probably show some more here. There's like a... yes, I totally believe that. Fantasy! Planet of the Apes, or... Why you call me ugly? I think when I was browsing through these, there may have actually been a dolphin graphic up here. Let me see if I can... Okay. Surfing inside a tiny fishbowl. I mean, is it even feasible for a fish to live inside one of these? This is just a really bad stereotype of a habitat. Oh, there's quite a lot here. Alright, what else do we got? Other themes. Sports. Flying! Yes! The best sport!
Screen themes. Pick a fun new background for your workspace.
Okay, yeah, so this is just on the user end here. Okay. There we are. What? Oh. Oh, so... it has ambient background noise. Yo. You just really need to have, like, the immersion of typing up documents in a submarine, I guess. This just seems like it'd throw you off your focus.
Sound off.
Oh. Well, I guess that's sorted out, but... This is what I was looking for, wasn't I? These, MIDI songs. Is it loading? What's going on? Okay, I'm actually gonna go back to playing and see if that'll get it to work. I don't know why this isn't working. It's like there should be some MIDI tracks in there. At least it stops when it's minimized, but I'm gonna go in here. There's some I always found these MIDI tracks to be particularly amusing. Common files, shared content. Probably have an easier time if I do this. Search for all of them in here, as that's for Pinball. Okay, maybe. Wonder if I can, like, maybe I can haul them over from another end. I'm not showing you my network directories, but I'm gonna try to see if I can find. I guess it's just expecting these to be loaded off of the CD-ROM. That was at least somewhat common for a lot of Windows 95 programs, but there's like a whole bunch of other things loaded in here, so I really don't understand what would be cause for this, but I could still bring him over here, so I'm gonna do that. Just, if I can, you know, not have this be crunched down like that. But we could just play them in the media player. So I just say copy from my software drive to just bring them all over here. Is MIDI broken? Oh, you know, that might be the problem. Because I mean, let's see what happens if I go into the media directory and do the canyon test. Yeah, I'm getting nothing. So either MIDI volume is fine, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and restart the computer just to, well, after I save this wonderful masterpiece. But I'll get it back open after this reboots, so you'll get to see that procedure again, and hopefully it's not gonna land on a blank screen for another second time. So I'll be right back. Okay, good. It hasn't shat itself all over the floor or something. Alright. Let's try this again. I'm actually going to go in to Creative Writer 2 once more. Can I abort it? I guess not. Oh well. That's one hell of a dial-up noise. Bring this back up. Kind of wonder what okay, so hopefully this time we should get to hear some music. No? Damn. Maybe I need like a full power cycle or something. I mean, this is... What happens if I do this? Because I was definitely hearing midis just a while ago. I could try this. Music. Oh, this one works. So I think... Yeah, something must have like deactivated the AW synthesis, and it doesn't know how to turn itself back on, and so I'm gonna do like a... I'm actually gonna go and shut it down and then turn off the computer and turn it back on, and then with that power removed, maybe that'll fully, completely reset the sound card so that it may operate correctly. If not, then we'll just stick to OPL, I guess. I don't plan on doing any NT4 special here. I just figure, this is one of those you might as well type of things. I don't really have any kind of coherent plan with this stream. That PXE prompt out of the way. And just dismiss it by pressing some keys. Though PXE is definitely an invaluable tool for these old computers. You can install Windows or MS-DOS over the network without having to use a CD-ROM. It's really nice, but it takes a considerable sum of work to get it up and running. Alright, let's see if it does it this time. Yeah! I'm cool! You really have to have a lot of intuition when you deal with these old computers. Certainly the technical support departments for the software have already moved on to much newer things, so... But we are back up and running. I probably should... I'm just gonna go back in here. Get this back up. so that we may finally achieve our dreams of having background music on a piece of paper. What? Didn't I... You've gotta be fucking shitting me, man. So this is just breaking the MIDI output, this program here. But I don't remember it doing it on my other computers. What the hell? Okay, well, I guess I'm not gonna bother with this program anymore. I mean, maybe there's some other things I should be trying here, you know? Quite a plenty. But before then, I mean, unless something changed here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to power cycle it again. I don't know what the hell happened there. I mean, it shouldn't have to do this. I would assume, it's Microsoft. They would be strongly emphasizing, the use of the Windows API to do everything. So, it's not like those other amateur Windows programmers that were so fast and loose that they'd write their own 16-bit assembly routines to I don't know, check the date and time in the BIOS directly in a Windows program, thereby making it very non-future proof and totally broken in Windows NT. But we deal with things. So I think we know what we've been waiting for here. This is an old classic that I had. I never had I guess you could say it was kind of an original version, but I mean, because I think, Full Tilt came out slightly later, but it was, because the first computer I remember using had Windows 98 on it, and of course I've actually got it sitting under my table right now, but I mean, to put it simply, I had this compilation bundled with Marble Drop. So this is where I actually first experienced Space Cadet Pinball. And I guess Windows 98 had a little text file that you could use to load the pinball game from Windows 95 plus CD over in there if you wanted to do that, but it's kind of a clunky means to do so. So, I mean, I guess long story short, I just kind of remember being a little bit confused as to why, you know, when that Athlon computer was upgraded to Windows XP, you know, it came with a technically inferior version of Pinball, this table here. We're not going to jump into it straight away. We're going to show these other two here first of all. Milk! I can't make out what they're saying. That's the best idea I can get there. Milk and eggs. I do have a complete video of myself getting the Fleet Admiral rank in Full Tilt Space Cadet.
It's for you. Another time.
This is not a score run itself. Try to get the complete picture here, I guess. Okay, that's a good enough save, I suppose, but it's definitely a lot harder to control the ball with these types of flippers. Ooh, I got a quest. So, what was I supposed to do? I don't even remember. I guess just those lights are blinking, so they must be important. Put the ball in the wall. So that thing there. Okay, that's just the... whatever. It doesn't even matter. Okay, that was Dragon's Keep. Let's go over to the next video game in the world today. I was trying to skip the cutscene and then I hit the escape button on that dialogue. Okay. So if you ever get tired of dragons, how about pirates? Oh, this is gold. That's lame.
Man on the ball!
Very nice shot there. These tables really aren't as great. There's a lot of empty space here for one. I mean, compare those two to Space Cadet Pinball. When you get like the full tilt refinements in there, I mean, it's such a shockingly well-designed table. You can really do so much in there. Maybe you can do more in like Skulduggery and Dragon's Keep, but I just haven't really found myself able to do so. So, I mean...
Button down the hatches!
1 million...
Rowing me
bonus is going?
off the plank.
Would have been a nice thing to have. I noticed that line input volume is the same as my microphone. I guess I'm kind of wondering if it is possibly interfering with... Oh, what a waste. But, I mean... I am recording separate tracks here, separate audio tracks here. Very, very audibly pleasing. Always land on like the treasure chest. It's supposed to be like a... Oh well. I mean...
On guard.
Alright, another... Are you serious? Okay. Arr. I think I played like a few real pinball machines in the past. Never really did much with those. I do remember having a home pinball table of some kind. There's, I think, Mach 1 Racing. I just remember it starting up very loud, and I think, you know, possibly due to loose battery terminals, it would just always reset itself. It was alright, I guess, but I think I just ended up playing that game with the power off all the time because of the problems it had. But, you know, it is just one of those little Costco or Sam's Club gimmicks, I guess. They just sell them over there or wherever. Like, wow, you can bring the pinball experience to the home! And it's just made out of, like, these very cheap electronics. But... Alright, here's the other one. A little bit of invulnerability there, at least. I'm kind of wondering if I want to do a 3D Ultra pinball. I remember the last time I played it in 2020. I wound up just accidentally scoring 1 billion points on the table, and it went on for a whole hour. It was just... I think it ate up way too much of my time. It was meant to be like B-roll footage for some video I made. And it just wound up going way too far. At least get a rank here, because I know I kind of want to move on to something else here. always teasing me with that. The hidden test command isn't in this version. At least I don't think. Yeah, it's not there. Hit the wrong key. Oh well. Okay, launch training should be more attainable. Up. Maybe. Careful. High stakes, as in like A1 steak sauce. Steak salad. Crispy. I wish I could show multi-ball, but like I say, I already have a video of this on my channel. Fleet Admiral. I haven't really tried any serious gameplay in here in quite some time. So I say that as I constantly nudge this table. Okay, that was Space Cadet Pinball. Thanks for watching. Alright, let's do Doom 95. Show off the real power of DirectX. I guess Doom 2's not... It only has Doom 2 on here. But... yeah, we'll run it in a window. Why not? Haha. I do it on the nightmare difficulty for no real reason. No music? Oh well, I do kind of want to move to the next computer eventually. Show you much greater detail of this, what Windows 95 can do, particularly on newer hardware. So isn't it something how, you know, Gabe Newell had worked on like a good chunk of the early versions of Windows, and then I guess Windows 8 was such a disaster for Steam that it prompted them to start supporting Linux in the years to come. This, I mean, I got Photoshop 3 installed here. May as well do something there. But, I mean, all my... I'm artistically exhausted, you know. After I made that one amazing masterpiece in Paint It, I mean, you really can't get much higher than that. So, I guess maybe it's kind of interesting to see how it looks in 256 colors. So much dithering here. You want to blur that? Or do like a motion blur. Wow, it's so cool. And NTSC colors. Okay. Emboss. If this is supposed to do something, I've probably got the wrong kind of image here, and you know, lackluster color depth is just not doing me any favors. So, maybe I might look at this real quick. If I even can do anything with it, probably not, because I mean the service is just long gone by now, I'm sure. You know, I actually do have an ISA modem plugged into here for whatever reason. So I probably could. Wonder if it can detect it. Maybe, maybe not. Let me see, because I think I may actually have a driver for it. I think I was using this for a more B-roll footage for a hardcore Windows 95 video somewhere. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go and do this. Here we are, there's something. But what port? I thought I had set it to plug and play, but I mean, it's not like it's gonna make any difference. I'm just trying to get a piece of software to run. So yes, my area code is 1555. Shut up. What is this? One area code not valid. What do you mean? I'm perfect. Let me see if I could do this. What happened? My background's gone. Well, guess we have the real deal here. You want to sig in? Right. Phone number missing. What do you mean? I have a phone number. What? Exactly. Okay. I have no idea what to do here anymore. This should probably go and get the other computer readied up by now. There's nothing else here, so... Okay, like I say, I don't have KVM. I don't have a KVM switch set up here, so I'm gonna have to do some little bit of manual intervention. But I'll be up and running whenever I can be. I just should leave a little message here just for clarity. Yes. It's a perfect message here. Alright, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, this is the Windows 98 computer that I had grown up using. I've made several modifications to it myself in more recent years. I've upgraded the CPU. You know, I have a Voodoo 3 3500 in here and other things. So now I don't want you to be deceived by this gradient title bar. This is legitimately Windows 95. What I've done here, the Windows 95D CD has an installer for this actually to make the process easy, but what happened, I guess, it kind of requires a little bit of an explanation, but basically, as Blue Horizon was loading or reviewing some builds of Microsoft Memphis, he just so happened to find a little feature in there by chance involving the control panel having a hidden feature in which you could actually activate a gradient title bar using this weird little button here. And I guess, I figured that a lot of people really couldn't figure out how to find it, so by build 1400, but they changed it so that you got like color 1 and color 2, making better use of that empty space there, which we would come to know in Windows 98 and beyond. But this is how it looked like back then, and when this was discovered in here, I guess I felt compelled to just see if I could backport some of the core system files, all the relevant ones, over to Windows 95. Because it was such an early build, I figured, maybe there's a chance it could be compatible. And sure enough, it actually does work. So I had already been working on integrating a whole bunch of updates and other components into Windows 95 and my own experiments with automated installations of Windows 95. So I guess I combined that with this, and that's when the Windows 95D project was born. It was just kind of a throwaway term that I'd come up with in that moment. But now it's here. Windows 95D is essentially a heavily modified version of Windows 95B, otherwise known as OSR2, specifically the one with the USB supplement, as that is also integrated into here, so I can in fact plug in a USB drive if I wanted to. Not sure if I have any with me right now, but you can do that. I wonder if I can reach the internet this time around. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. See, I have this connected. I have these old computers through a VLAN. They're supposed to connect through a secondary router, which is like a virtual machine of sorts. But oh no, it's been very finicky lately, so I'll probably have to look more at that. But I do kind of wonder if I should maybe have a more dedicated solution for this setup, because the whole router stuff is just being done in a Debian virtual machine, it has worked, but I feel like just having it in there in a virtual machine that's basically the same, running on the same host that I use for all my daily stuff, it's pretty awkward. I forgot to show my other, I mean, I guess I've, well, I could show it in here. I don't know if I have it copied over here already, but should be like a project in here. Somewhere. There's a Win32 program that I wrote a few months ago. Maybe I can bring it over here. I wonder. Let's see. There's all the resources. I have a more detailed video about this in the Hardcore Windows 95 series, but essentially this is a project that I developed in Visual C++ 4.1, although it's just using pure C. Right over here. If I go ahead and run it, I can build it. I guess I must have forgotten to set a title for the dialogue, but it's alright. It even comes with its own WinHelp file. Also supports keyboard accelerators, and in fact you can control with the keyboard. Might be more interesting if it was built for Windows 1.0, really, because it definitely looks like the kind of game which would be programmed for that in mind. Got several other things we can do here as well. You can have the computer go first, or you could do a head-to-head competition. Very, very exhilarating stuff. Or you could have the computer try to play itself. Yeah, it's not much, but I mean, it's definitely something at least. I'm gonna change the color of the X piece actually. I don't think it really looks as good that way, but it's alright. I had been meaning to try to... It is in the Windows 95D CD, if you want to take a look at it, and the source code is on there as well. So you could do what you want with it. But I probably should... But I've been meaning to get around to, say, porting it to Win16. I remember trying it once and there's like a few hurdles there somewhere. I wonder if I want to try it now. No, that's just creating a file. I want to create a project. We are not using MFC. Don't want to do it. No, please stop. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to create a directory on here. Okay, it appears here. I guess it's just managing a makefile. So I guess in addition to that, we should make some copies here. I'm not sure if it can just be a straight port. Doesn't really feel like it, but resources. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else that I would need here. Oh, yeah, maybe this. But they're probably not going to be compatible. With this version. But I do think it should already be able to run in Win32s regardless. I don't remember, but I may have tried it once. Let's open this up. How do I open a project file in here? We could do like that, I guess. I probably want to have it collapse like this so I can... Alright, let's see what we could do here. Rebuild all. Module definition file. Yeah. Okay. 16 errors. Okay. Yeah, so basically, you know, the EX here, I think that's like just something to indicate it's a 32-bit variant, and obviously those do not exist in the Win16 API. Oh, yeah, you know, in regards to ads, I mean, for one, you should just be using ad blocker or something like uBlock. But let me just at least try to see if I can do anything here. What was the hotkey? Shift F8 or something. Well, the error count dramatically shrunk, so that's a promising sign. CB size is not a member of... Yeah, I don't really remember. I mean, I haven't really delved into any proper Win16 programming to begin with. But, Can I at least do something down here? I guess the main problem is that I don't... It must be the... No. It's not a... Doesn't look like a resource issue, but... Conversion between different integral types and to upper. Say we go to line 294. It's up there. I mean, we're probably not gonna build it here, but this function was available in Win32, but maybe it is not. Whatever. I don't need it to be uppercase. It's not the end of the world. Help finder, undeclared identifier. Yeah, I'm just gonna not even bother with the help stuff there. 67 and 68 are going to be the main points of concern here. Could probably null this. I think I can. Oh, I think I'm reading this wrong. You know, these are not actually part of this class, so of course it's going to complain about it. Because these two attributes, they're part of the extended Windows class type, window class. But, alright, let's see if we can get anything here. No. What if... We've got no menu bar, but hey, you know, it's something, I guess. Very, very janky, but I mean, it's some kind of a port. You could definitely do much better, but I'm not concerned about quality here. I just wanted to see if I could do it. So, that's pretty cool. Guess now we could go into Office 2000. Why don't we try something a little bit different? Ooh, PowerPoint. That'll really shake things up. Okay. What do you mean it should be title case? You want me to... Let me see if I can... Yeah, do something fancy here. I want this to look like a cool... Hmm. I don't know which one I want to be picking here. There is so many different options. Like what could we possibly be choosing from? Oh no, why is my cursor like this now? I could try Network Blitz. Hey. Hey, get out of the way, fuck ass. Why did you go back here? That's not nice. Wow, cool. Okay, well, it's like office. Okay. Now what? I could go into the device manager. Oh yeah, some of the icons are gonna look wrong here because of the fact that I have some of the Memphis files loaded here. I guess they would normally look correct on Memphis 1387. I'm quite certain they would, but here I guess they're just pointing to some wrong numbers, so Windows 95 doesn't really quite understand them. But don't fret, you can revert. And I do have this included in the Windows 95D CD as well. This is not a license agreement, it is an instruction sheet. It's just going to get rid of all that fancy stuff that we had put up here in the start menu, the about box, logon dialog, and the gradient bars and menu animations. We're just going to revert all of that. This little gradient hack is known to break some applications, including GLQuake. Let me actually see if I can get that full frame here. Oh yes. Actually, just for the hell of it, I might want to just show the BIOS menu as well. Actually, come to think of it, since I do have Windows 95D in front of me now, I should be going over the desktop themes by now before I get into any more games. Gee, my monitor's getting kind of wobbly image. What the hell? A little bit. But it's not that bad. Okay. Yeah, ME BIOS was kind of less common around this time. I mean, it was considerably more ubiquitous in like the 386 and 46 days, but I guess then for quite some time Award BIOS started dominating. And now I think Gigabyte was one of the last vendors to use it as late as 2011, 2012, when, you know, just before the transition to UEFI, and ever since then, Award BIOS has pretty much disappeared off the face of the planet. But I did find a USB drive to clean up and plug in here. Very helpful tip. And as we can see now, you know, everything is normal again. But plugging this into the front port. Could be there we are. And see, it does actually have a driver for it. But those are the only kinds of USB devices this actually supports. You know, Windows 95, as far as I can tell, there doesn't even seem to be a generic HID device driver available for this. So you really have to use PS2 input devices. But so with the help of our analytical team, all your watch history and search activity, as well as your government-issued ID that you have submitted to us, total randos, has allowed us the great opportunity to tailor the perfect advertisements to you, which you will click on.
How are you?
It's our way of saying thank you. No hidden charges. Low price guarantee. Experience you can trust. Call the number on screen right now.
Got a computer virus? Printer doesn't print? Get on-site service. Windows popping up? Scanner doesn't scan? Fix any computer software problems with on-site PC repair from Trust Media, your locally owned and operated full-service media company. We fix your computer on-site. Believe it. Call Trust Media to fix your computer today for PC repair you can trust.
Home computer on the fritz? Does your office network need a tweak? Be certified, trained, and tested. And best of all, we come to you, usually the same day. No need to disconnect or move your computer. We'll fix it on the spot. Solutions to today's most confusing technologies. So whether it's at home or the office, the trusted name for computer help is provide
Low price guarantee. Friendly service. Free estimates. Call the number on your screen. Don't delay. Call today. Satisfaction guarantee.
When you've had enough, make the call.
Data Doctors?
Data Doctors will make it work. Whatever your needs, service and repair, home networking, business networking, data recovery, web services, or new computers, we've got the solution. Announcing the opening of the new Flagstaff Service Center. For more information, visit datadoctors.com.
Why is my new roof leaking? Why?
Edna should have called Mr. Roof. We guarantee your roof for life. During Mr. Roof's 50% off sale, save 50% and get same-day installation. Plus, for a limited time, we'll be at any price, guaranteed.
1-800-4-MR. Roof. Mr. Roof.
Tonight only, in celebration of the release of Windows 95, selected Future Shop discount supercenters are holding an incredible Midnight Madness sale. There's once-in-a-lifetime deals on audio, video, appliances, and computers starting at 10 p.m. until 2 a.m. And at midnight tonight, you can get your copy of Windows 95 while there's still stock. Check out the ads in today's paper for the incredible deals in the participating Future Shop near you. Don't miss it.
Vezne tu pokolum suki, rubedekers bibisse.
That was clearly a Zero Ranger reference, but, you know, nobody here got the joke because they've completely ignored my very spectacular Zero Ranger stream from several hours ago. They ignored it! Actually, before I go over the desktop themes, I might want to show some screensavers, you know, since I had been kind of ignoring them earlier. There's like these 3D screensavers. These did not actually come with Windows 95, the retail version, but they came with OSR 2 to show off its inclusion of OpenGL. But I guess this is just more of an excuse for me to go and fetch some banana bread to bring down here and keep me going so my throat just doesn't get totally dried up from yapping about here. So I'll just leave that running for you to stare into, just like your childhood in the 90s, and I'll be back when I can. Wow, this is pretty good. Let's see if I could get another one here. Okay, I kind of forgot I had to actually go and install the themes using a rather janky method, but it works. I'll have to open this back up, but as we can see here, we've got a wide assortment of themes. Some of these are from Windows 95 Plus itself, others are from the Plus for Kids pack, and a few others are from the Windows NT Resource Kit. And of course there's several other custom themes that we made as well. I guess we could start off alphabetically. Or not. What the hell? Didn't always do this. What the fuck? Alright, let me see if I can do something about that. This is the cure-all. Usually. I was looking forward to it, considering there are some pretty cool themes in here that you normally wouldn't see over here. Did I get that wrong? My auto-exec? Oh well. Doesn't matter anymore. Okay. Yes, I did write those new tips. Okay, let's see what happens this time. Why? It worked just fine all this time earlier on all these other systems, and now it's just... Your clouds wallpaper. I wonder, like, I'm really going on a whim here, but... Am I even certain that all of the system files were correctly restored? They would have had to have been, wouldn't they? I mean, it's not good looks. I was really wanting to do this. What about just Windows default? I mean... No, Creative Writer is not on this computer, so it can't be that. So like some other kind of a process here that I am not aware of. It does have GeForce 4 drivers in there, but I don't have a GeForce 4 of any kind right now, so I wouldn't really know how well any of those would operate. But it can go up to like the FX 5000 series. Well, I don't think they actually call it that, but you get the idea. Hot plug. I think I'll just terminate that, maybe. Is this the same address as it always has been? Or just keep knocking them down until we find something. But it was always fine with this before. About... Okay, never mind. Don't kill that. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could debug if you really wanted to. Unhandled exception. Access violation. Can you make out what's going on here? Because I don't think I can. You want to restart? Step in, step over, and do things. Step out. I guess it's kinda... It's select bugs. Yeah. Some kind of move instruction. I guess it's trying to access a word from somewhere, and it doesn't like that somehow. But this looks totally coherent as far as like assembly code would probably go. All these addresses are perfectly adjacent to each other. But I don't know. It's just... This should not happen, but somehow it is. Maybe if I log off, I might do something to make it happy. Okay, so I'm thinking it has something to do with like the JPEG importer, where it converts the JPEG image into a bitmap. That's how it worked in Microsoft Plus. But I guess, that DLL file that's responsible for importing the JPEG, it seems to have been doing something here. You know what I should do? I have a specific file in here, come to think of it, that's responsible for installing all of the extra stuff, like plus copy. This might be, unless it is actually, it may be, that DLL in question might be located over here. System, context, okay, maybe it is not. Okay, so it might just be a system file then. msjpeg.copy. It's been so long since I really went through this, but okay. So if this file is different, that may be what's causing it to shit itself like this. Where is it located? 25. Okay, so the Windows directory, graph filter. Okay, so just these two. They look to be just about the same as each other. I think they should be. They should be just the same as they were before. So yeah, I'm totally lost on it. This computer has showed some signs of exhibiting weird problems like what was it? The floppy controller had like it just doesn't seem to want to read or write to disks anymore, but everything else on there works alright. I'm gonna go ahead and see, but because I do remember there being some updated versions of the themes program. Maybe try the Plus for Kids executable there. I'm not sure if it'd be exactly the same, but we could definitely try that. Okay. Oh, right. Because I was trying to see what I could do to remove unnecessary stuff from memory, but now I need this back. So, yeah, we already looked at that. So, I'll make a backup here, just in case. I don't think they're even any different here. Oh! Okay, that... I guess it just, you know, caught me off guard here. So, okay, we We are finally back on track here. Holy shit. I don't understand exactly what happened, but I guess we're good to go now. I hope it doesn't shit itself again. You know, I don't think it will, but because, you know, this program is supposed to work. It always had been, you know, all the other times I've been running it here. But then, you know, right as I go live, then it just pulls a fast one on me. So this theme, I'm not sure what location it's from, but this theme came from the Windows NT resource kit. So the Windows NT specific themes, I don't think the screensavers work because they're reliant on some kind of NT DLLs. Yeah, they don't do anything. I wonder if I should ask my uncle where this is. He's 1/16 Native American. If this has anything to do with that. But pardon my egregious ignorance. So let's just go over to the next one, is baseball. Well, I probably should at least try to play some of the sounds here. If I can. Alright. This one I particularly remember more, mainly because it comes with Windows 98. Yeah, some of these themes had like their own sounds for closing and opening programs. I should be applying these to really get an idea, but like those sound effects, you know, the way they just end up getting spammed when you like start up the computer and do other things, it's...
Play ball!
Yeah, that.
Hot dogs!
I'm actually going to go over the Microsoft themes first, and then I'll go over these. So, yeah, speaking of bugs. Check it out. Is it so pretty? Buzzing really doesn't feel good. I keep skipping over like the most important sounds though. Oh, you got a firefly cursor. I sometimes see those popping out at night. Should go over this as well. just remind myself to do that every time, just for, like, startup sounds, very important. Remember, this wallpaper seemed to appear several times in the briefingware video. I think he was particularly obsessed with how cool it looked. That contrast in these dialogues is not very good now. And it's the same for exit. Next. Okay. Oh. Quite a choice of sounds. Yeah, imagine listening to that all day when you're working. Damn, I keep forgetting every single time. I'm supposed to do these. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. Of course, the icons look correct this time. Should point out that I am using a scroll wheel here. That's courtesy of the IntelliPoint 5.2 software I've got loaded here, and that comes standard with Windows 95D. It provides some quality of life features as far as using the mouse goes. You've got much smoother tracking compared to the default mouse VXD. And it has support for a scroll wheel, and I think it could even work with like 5-button mice. I did, however, load a later IntelliMouse VXD from version 4 in here, though. It does seem like it works with this software all fine, at least. So, then we got this. Should I be... each of these themes have like their own screensavers as well, come to think of it, but it's... I guess if I were to be showing every single one, I'd probably just be dragging it on and on and on. So I'd probably only show perhaps the most significant ones. Most of these are just based on like a single screensaver engine, save for a few, which provides some other kind of wacky effects instead. Trying to type random keys for no reason, just so I can trigger that dialogue. Guess I could also be going over the default sound schemes as well, but almost seems kind of redundant, but yeah, see, these most of these screensavers just kind of share a single DLL on their. They basically just have their own images attached to them. I guess each of them have their own special little animations. Yeah, Bill Gates' favorite theme. I wonder why. It couldn't possibly be because of the fact that he spent like millions of dollars to buy that book. Original copy. I guess it'd be kind of reminiscent of the art style of Marble Drop as well, which I had kind of mentioned. Is there no sound associated with this? This is interesting. I don't think I had ever seen this. What the? I wonder. It's such a simple thing, and yet. Remember, I mean, this has been largely a one-man project, so it's been very difficult to keep track of everything here. But yeah, I don't see it in here. It may... Because they're all supposed to be renamed to long file names in a separate step here. I was so certain that I had gotten everything, but... Oh my. Imagine having that running in the background. That's a screensaver. Doesn't even let me return until it finishes playing a sound. Should probably stop wasting time too much on this here, really. Get these windows out of here. Here's a really cool one. This has a particularly... I remember I remember several other screensavers which were very noisy. They seem to be centered around certain types of media. I don't really remember all of them, but there was quite a plentiful. There is one about like the Peanuts pitching gag, and then another for Fat Albert, I guess. But gee, I wonder where that one came from. Yeah, there was like a lot of weird stuff that must have been loaded on some of our computers. And it's just kind of hard to get a recollection of it. Because, I mean, at one point, one of the hard drives had totally failed. Wait, it was uncompressed? I thought... Oh well. Wow. Another one? Okay, I mean, it could just be where I specifically installed these from, because I had a... Yeah, I installed these from a network share. I guess I'm not really sure if it's, like, out of date. It might be worth looking at, but like I say, I'm just kind of done with this whole thing, really, so... Oh, yes. Always good to have that shit on your screen. Okay, yeah, it was... Yeah, this definitely isn't right. I thought I remembered it being more complete than this. No idea what that is. This color is unnecessarily bright. Teen Comics. Okay, shut up. Now, this one had a particularly interesting screensaver. Not quite sure it was supposed to look like that, but Snowboarding. Oh, this fun. Whoa, dude! No way! Oh! It had to be that. What? Yeah. I was gonna say, wow, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but I don't know if there's like a equivalent to maybe Cool Borders. Such realistic snowboarding. Okay, just this particular screensaver, I think I was really obsessed with as a kid. This theme, because I happened to when I happened to get my a compact Presario computer that was at my grandma's house before. It's not the same one as I've got now, but I just remember, like, I wanted to have this screensaver running, like, all night when I was sleeping. But I think, yeah, and it would play those sounds there too, and I was quite intent on, you know, having the speakers on and the monitor on like that, but I guess, you know, every time I wake up, I guess I must have found that, you know, someone had walked in when I fell asleep to shut down the monitor and speakers. The computer might have still been running, but either, I guess, they thought it was annoying, or maybe they thought it would interfere with my sleep, but I just remember I had never really figured out why that kept happening when I woke up. But yeah, I just always pictured myself running around that little space station or satellite in there, whatever it is. Just saw that as my little base of operations or something. Because, you know, I'm very, very important. Okay, nothing really special there. I guess it's just kind of that's the language that football coaches write in. That wallpaper. Yada yada yada. Same thing.
3, 2, 1.
I think this theme was shown in like a Windows 95 train cast somewhere. I think it was when they were going on the internet, showing off the Microsoft network.
Mark!
Mark! Up, up! Yeah, that's missing some resources too. Yeah, I'll have to go back in that directory and see what's up. This is clearly a CG render. And I think this one, it was also from the Windows NT resource kit. Oh, they're also the same here. Are they... What? Particularly remember this theme being loaded on the compact Pursuer as well. No swearing! Or shitty joke, I guess. I don't know. Just... I guess it would be worth noting that the arrangement of the sounds in some of these themes, particularly the Plus for Kids themes, it's different in Windows 95 as opposed to Windows 98. And then we got the Windows 95 theme. Same thing. Same sound scheme as the other. It's just looks a little bit brighter. And Windows NT 4 is at least different, even though it does share some icons. Well, this one at least works here. It's got a unique effect to it. So like various different shapes rolling around. Same sound from before. This has something a little bit different here as well. Okay, well that's a tedious ritual, but we're still not done yet. I had intentionally skipped over our own custom themes for Windows 95D, so let's get into them now. This one is Blue Riverside, created by Blue Horizon. It's got plenty of its own custom sounds and cursors. Just use the arrow key to go through all of them. Should actually give them a little bit more time because they got some animations to them. Why are you still using Red Toast? That project's been dead for years. Plenty of the icons there have been changed. Denim, this one was made by Hunter. He does a lot of Denim cosplay, I think. I'm not really sure how much, but this is basically what he submitted. Forest was a collaborative effort. I did these icons, most of them. And then others had sent me some sounds. These are not animated. They're just more so made to resemble typical plus cursors. Oh, 3 aces. That's a real good start. It's a shame that this is going to be going out right about now. Probably may as well do this as well. Oh, I think I already did that one, but okay, let's go on to Gloomy Winter. This one I made all myself. With a Casio keyboard I happen to have. It's currently sitting behind the furnace. Okay, and then what else do we have here? I didn't miss anything important here, did I? I think there was only 5 custom themes here. It's the winner, and then this, although I guess this branding is obsolete. It is somewhat derived from the Windows 98 Plus theme, but with a little bit of its own unique flavor. And alright, well that's the desktop themes, I suppose. Not quite really sure. Well, I guess I could do one little extra bit. It's so funny. But he's he was so hungry and now he eat. Okay. Yeah, I guess when in doubt, just go with this. Okay, well, honestly, I don't know why I've been running through that for so long. Guess in one hand, you would say wanted some sort of completeness here, but I mean, really should have just gotten to another part long ago. So let's start running some more advanced games on here. Start with one particular game that I was all over back in the day. If I can figure out how this works. We start with this. It's supposed to have Red Book audio from what I understand, but I don't have the CD in here.
Hammer up.
There is an enhanced version that came out a few years later, which has way more worlds in it, many of which were community made. And it happened to get an updated version that's available on Steam right now. So if you want to go buy that, and you know, you are required to buy it if you watch this stream, because it is very good. Plus, I ought to let you in on a dirty secret that I haven't really mentioned on Razorback. My aunt was involved in the development of some of these Hamumu games. Crazy, right? She's done some mostly beta testing, but she's also done a good chunk of level design. I remember she had made one world specifically for me. It was more of a very artsy world. It was super easy, but I think what ended up happening is, you know, when she started, when she kind of cleaned it up a bit for sharing on the Hamumu website, some people ended up making some spoofs of that world. There was like so many of them. I don't really remember what many of them were like, but I do remember I played at least one of them. One of them, I think, was just a ride where you stood on a raft and you'd see a message scroll by saying, "We apologize for the inconvenience." I think Mike, the programmer behind all these games, you know, he told them to stop doing that. I guess he must have been a little bit concerned if I would get upset if I had found out they existed, but you know, I guess it's a little bit too late, and I did, you know, I was already aware of those worlds there, that, you know, it's just a thing that can come up. It's not very fast because we don't have any pants of power equipped, but oh, here they are.
Pants. Hammer up.
I wonder why I didn't pick them up earlier. It made my life so much easier.
I'm cool, Cat Bad.
Okay, yeah, the objective of these levels is to collect all of the zombie brains scattered around in the level.
Hammer up.
This one really doesn't have anything special to it. You just go through and fight these spooters to gain extra points, but it doesn't really do anything. I mean, when you look at Supreme with cheese, this particular game does start to feel a lot more like a prototype of sorts. I mean, you just see how completely basic this set of levels is. Compare that to like, he had, when Supreme with Cheese came out in 2003, I mean, Mike had pretty much overhauled all these standard worlds here. Really enhanced them to, not only make better use of the exciting new features of that new iteration of the game, but also just make the levels so much more elaborate than this. And it also had some significantly improved visual effects as well. Though I think one thing I'm noticing here in this version of Dr. Lunatic, I could be mistaken, but I'm wondering if, like, are the Pants of Power also speeding up the special weapons? Because normally they don't do that. Or no, they might actually be the same speed. I'm just misremembering things again.
Hammer up.
There's a little meter that grows as you smash enemies here. I would like to see if I can show it off. You basically have to get it to grow higher than your current amount of life that you have. And if you do that, the bar will turn green, and then when you press both of the attack and special buttons, you can activate a special power. But I'm gonna actually see what I can do here. It's not supposed to stall like that, but yeah, that's basically what it would do there. Of course, they changed the sound effect for that in Supreme with Cheese.
I'm cool, Cat Bad.
Well, I guess we're done here. There's a lot of sound effects in here that are just played in reverse. I mean, this was definitely a very economical game.
Hammer up.
I mean, it should be noted that it was, I think it was just programmed by one guy with some other people assisting in other parts of the game's development. My end wasn't really... My end wasn't involved in this particular incarnation of the game, but we discovered it through a demo on an e-game CD.
Hammer up.
It was just called Spooky Castle, and
I'm cool, Cat Bad.
For whatever reason, there's like two games with that name. Apparently, it was all on E-Game's insistence on that. And yeah, one of them's like completely different from this. But we found out about the existence of this game through that, I guess. She looked it up and really liked it, so I guess she bought this game for us. And from there, you know, she applied to become beta tester for some upcoming games there, and I guess I don't really know where I'm going here, but I guess what happened is that, you know, he probably, from what I understand, he may have been trying to get it published, but I guess the story goes is that E-Games insisted that, like, no one would want to have a game with a bald protagonist, I guess. You know, that I wouldn't be surprised if that really was their reasoning there. As short-sighted as it was, because, you know, clearly the game developed a very strong cult following. But alright, anything else here? I guess I'll see if I can run Unreal on here and actually just make use of the 3D acceleration of this Voodoo 3 just real quick. I hope it won't lock up. Did they really? What game was that? That Infogrames? I didn't know they were sexist. Yeah, I think it's not happy there. I'm gonna try... Yeah, I have to hard reset, but I'm gonna try a different one. I just want to get 3D acceleration in here. I guess, as I come to think of it, I should probably also show one other thing Windows 95D comes with. gonna skip through this actually. I don't care. We have provided. I guess we could take a look at that. I mean, it's a little bit of an improvement over the one from the retail version of Windows 95, but you really can't do much there. But I should show a little tiny assembly program that I wrote here. I think it's apmtoggle.com, 920 byte program. You'll get to see its effect soon enough, but it also says so right here. This program should also work in Windows 98 and ME as long as you're not using ACPI there. But yeah, I guess, you know, when all else fails, just do Quake. See the... Actually, I should probably do a timer really quick. Hell yeah! 220 frames per second, beat that. I'm not going to go through much of it, but to show that Windows 95 is indeed a very capable gaming platform still. Stuck on the steps trying to bunny hop. It's a very half-hearted attempt at it anyway. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna... No, that was Quake 2. Anything else that I was meaning to do here? I don't think there was. I got... Windows XP Business Kit. You want to do that? You can load it in your browser. I'm a business manager. Wow, Internet Explorer can suddenly turn into a Microsoft PowerPoint viewer. Name, title, oh, he decided to pop in at the most inconvenient time. What the hell? Oh yeah, check out that ghosting. Oh yes. So good. Okay. So, yeah, I'm out of ideas, so I guess I'll just leave it at this. That was a demonstration of Windows 95 on 2 different computers. And, yes, is cool. So, what would I say about it here? I mean, as I said, despite all the hardships that we have encountered here, some of which could possibly be blamed on Creative Writer 2, to this day, I mean, I certainly haven't seen a release of Windows that's as groundbreaking as this version, aside from maybe Vista and the like. And I'll definitely have to, because I know I had, when I was a kid, I kind of wrote off Vista as just another continuation of the decline of Windows, just because most of my, I did have some first-hand experience with it, but it was mainly on severely underpowered laptops. But, it was kind of the thing that was, really giving me this fuel to say, oh, yeah, I hate PCs. I want to become a Mac fanboy and shit. But, look where that ended up in the long run. So, so I'm definitely going to have to, one of these days, reevaluate my original assessment I made all those years ago. When that'll happen, I really can't say. But at the very least, I mean, Windows 95 is kind of, I would say, one of the reasons that's kept me interested in technology to begin with, because of the way it pretty much displays what software usually should be like. I had a script here, but I should pull out these fancy words. It's about making software fun, empowering, versatile, and elegant. And I would say that, as I've continued to run on the same Arch Linux installation for 4 years, using XFCE as my graphical interface with the Chicago 95 theme, I feel like that's the true successor to the kind of experience I strive to find in Windows 95. So, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm going to be sticking with going forward. But it's been nice to just really try to thoroughly go through these as much as I feasibly can. Of course, I had never really planned this stream properly, but I'd say it turned out alright. So, don't expect any more to come up in the future as far as I can see, because I don't really do live streaming. I normally prefer to just make like regular videos because it gives me a lot of control over the flow. And so, like, if something goes wrong, I could just take my time behind the scenes and get it back up and running and really present something with a consistent flow, so to speak. So that's where I'd usually be presenting my work. But, every now and then, it is kind of nice to shake things up. So, in any case, I'm going to be bringing this system down now. And as you can see here, I have used the APM toggle program to modify Win.com so that it prevents it from triggering an APM power off. So even if you've got an ATX system here, you can force it to halt here. So I have to go and press the power button myself. Although, I was afraid of that. You see, sometimes it'll just instantly power back on. The power button just doesn't seem to feel very reliable as far as shutting it off goes. But, yeah, I wish I had a more elegant, conclusive statement to state here, but I guess all that's going to be on my mind at this point is just moving some things around again, because I literally just put a CRT monitor on my desk here, replacing the second monitor of my main computer just so that I could see the chat and my screen a little bit more easily. So I'm going to have to get everything back into position now that the party's over. But that pretty much concludes the Windows 95 30th anniversary celebration. So, bye.